Okay. Hi. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 2:58 in the evening. Wednesday, 6/18/2025. That's 2:58 in the evening. It's in the PM. It's 75 degrees out. I have walked for 2 hours. I dealt with a personal crisis in my personal life, an old friend, and which is why I've been crying and stuff. And I am here to go live because I'm in a better mood and I did what I could do and I did what I suss out to be the best thing I could do, and I don't know, I did the best thing I could do, and I think we're okay. I mean, I did what I could do, which is call the smartest, most, well, not smartest, but most intelligent, most emotionally intelligent person I know and ask them for help, and that's what I did. So had a bit of a crisis here, and that's why my eyes are red. I've been crying a bit. It's been a tough couple of hours and a tough couple of days, but an old friend reached out to me, and I had a bit of a bad news there, and so I tried to do what I could do with the power that I have by copying my problem to somebody else who I love, who's a lot better at doing this sort of stuff than I am. And I don't like dumping work on overly worked people. I don't like dumping more stuff on overly worked people. But I have some sympathy to everybody, but I knew what to do, so I did it. I mean, I did what I think I should have done in that situation, and I hope that that's enough. I dumped it on somebody who has a lot more of a level head than me, who doesn't have the same addictions and problems, and doesn't have the same disconnects, and somebody who's a lot healthier, a lot more mentally healthier, and definitely there in the place in their life, and maybe they have their own stuff, but somebody who's definitely there. And so I did what I feel like I could do, because I can't. I don't have any money. I don't have. I wasn't permitted by the gods and managers to ever have any money, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I worked all my life. I don't have any money, so I can't go do anything. I can't. I can't even take a flight anywhere. I can't. I have no personal power. I feel that the rich white people took that away and killed our country and our government. And so here, this is when I cry. I tend to cry about that sort of stuff because because of the powerlessness after working a whole lifetime since I was 14 years old. I've been working. I don't have shit to show for it because shitheads took over our government and our culture and our world and stole all the money. And so I gotta blame all my problems on somebody else. It's a lot more fun than facing it myself, because I did work my whole life, for nothing. Nothing at all. And I worked my whole life so I would have something for times like this. I don't have anything during times like this, and I have all the paycheck stubs. I can pull them out. I've got 17 years of paycheck stubs and fucking bills and taxes and shit like this. I got 17 years of it. I mean, isn't that usually a career? It's like 17 years of driving taxi, driving Uber, driving delivery, whatever it was. It was 17 years, and I got all the fucking paycheck stubs, all the taxes and everything right there in that drawer. I've shown it on stream before, and yo, uh, that I watching someone else in crisis is something so bad for me because I know I never got out of my crisis. I'm still in it. I'm still breathing the gasoline or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm still down here in the motherfucking trenches. My shit never ended. It started when I was like 16 and it still hasn't ended. It ended. When I was like 39, I finally got a home and I was able to eat 1 square meal a day. I was able to afford to eat 1 square meal a day. Is what I can afford to eat. I mean, that's literally the God's honest truth. I make $205 a month for food stamps, and I'm on disability for brain damage and fucking Asperger's. And so I know how much $205 earns me, and I know how much each meal is, and I know all this other stuff, and it's fucking crazy. And yeah, and I can basically afford one nice meal a day, so that's what I do. And you begin to realize that I can't even afford 3 meals a day, much less hop on a plane and go help a friend or something like that. I'm a completely powerless individual, and I believe I was put here to basically end that. But I mean, all my life has been a big choice between whether I take violent paths to get what I want or non-violent paths to get what I want. And I choose the non-violent path. And because I'm powerless and I can't go help save a friend or go be there when I need them, when they were there for me, uh, I'm gonna drop it out the big face now, but you know, I had somebody who was there for me in a very dark time in my life when I was younger, when I was like 26, and they're now going through something terrible. But like me, they go through terrible things all of their lives, all of their life, because they are gonzo and suppressed by the society around them. And while he had a much better life than me because he had kids and a job, those things were hard won for him because he's truly gonzo and definitely somebody who's out there who has a very good mind. I quoted him yesterday in this video, which I'd like to debut on my channel a second time because I like this video. I like doing stuff like this. I don't like doing it often, I gotta say. I don't like doing this often, but I like breaking the gaming mold once in a while and just saying something about the real world. And so I wanted to hear what somebody from the Twin Cities thought about political violence. So I just asked them, and then I put it on my goddamn channel, and I showed all my friends and my family and stuff because I feel that this stuff, I asked my friend from the Twin Cities what he thought of the recent lawmaker killings in Minnesota. Right? Let's go watch it. So, hi, I'm Skycatlive. I asked my friend from the Twin Cities, a good friend who I've known since I'm mid-40s, and I've known him since he was 14 years old or something. I asked my friend LH, I wonder if I could ask you your editorial, unedited opinion about what happened with the shooting in the Twin Cities recently. Could I take your opinion to my stream? I will deliver it verbatim. Someone who actually lives there. I want to know what you think, if you care to register your opinion. Take your time if yes, and all good if no. Is the leadership, and I asked him, is the leadership so bad there that they should be shot? He said, yeah, bro, my opinion is any politician has it coming. And tears almost come to my eyes saying this, but that was his response, and I honor it. Nobody should be surprised. I don't care about which party. They all pander to the public to get elevated. Then they vote in favor of special interest groups. And this is true. Jesus, from God's lips to his mouth. I swear to God. That is very, very true, and I would like to say it again. Nobody should be surprised. I don't care about which party. They all pander to the public to get elected. Then they vote in favor of special interest groups. And that is the fundamental problem. I needed to say it twice. I think it should happen more. That might actually affect change. Our government is broken, and the second law of thermodynamics states that entropy can only increase in any given system over time. We like to think that we have a choice. We like to think our vote matters. It's all illusory. Nothing is going to change until the pitchforks come out. I said, I used the pitchforks reference today. I totally agree. I'm still an anarcho-punk after all these years. Good to hear some common sense. Thank you so much. Now, we moved on to personal stuff there, but I'm going to end this short here, and I'm going to might invariably be something different than this, but I'm going to say, I asked my friend from the Twin City what he thought about the recent Minnesota lawmaker shootings. And I got a real American's fucking opinion straight from the horse's mouth. I'm going to publish it with his anonymity protected and all this stuff. Please don't ever target my friend or anything like this. And there's not a lot to go on anyways. So I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in to Skycat Live. Thank you for watching this short. I love you guys. See you later. Bye. Love you. Bye. Yeah, I'm getting better at this. Yeah, I'm getting better at this. So anyways, give it 10, 20 years, we'll see. Anyway, so yeah. Will the U.S. join the war by Hassan Abi? Thank you, Hassan Abi, for the excellent content for my stream. I have fired up Mortal, and I'm going to go chop wood. I am going to kill ice elementals in this place, but I roamed all the way west again. Okay, we're gonna do some video games.
Mode, talking big on the timeline. As you know, yesterday he urged the evacuation of Tehran, which is an incredibly large city. I believe it's like, by some estimates, people say like there's like 12 million people. Some people say even more. In the greater metropolitan area, there's like at least 9 million people. You are not going to be able to evacuate 9 million, 15 million in the metro area. You're just not going to be able to do that. And people have been locked in. Some people have already started moving out of Tehran, and there's nowhere to really go, because where are you supposed to go? They don't have gas. Israel hit the largest oil depot in Tehran already, so people are having a hard time getting gas, and people are having a hard time leaving the city to begin with. And Donald Trump is over here making threats like he's going to assassinate every single person, like they're just going to drop a nuke on Tehran or something. It's so insane. Like, Americans, we do not understand this feeling. We will never understand this feeling, because there is no force as powerful. Like, there's no force on the planet that can threaten us in the same exact way. Not even China, at least right now, cannot threaten us in the exact same way, where they've like designed the entire rules of warfare and international rules and law and order to suit their purpose, and can strike and do genocidal things with impunity. Like, there's no comparison, which is why we can't comprehend what it's like to have like normal people have no say in what happens in their own lives. Something that Donald Trump might be saying simply because he thinks it gives him an upper hand in this negotiations process is ultimately so consequential for millions of people. It's terrifying. I hope you guys can maybe close your eyes for a brief moment and recognize the humanity of the Iranian people, and recognize how devastating this kind of statement is, without simply talking about how big, bold, and brave and beautiful our big, beautiful president is. Because like, a lot of Americans are so callous in their indifference to dignity, to the dignity of human life, when it's overseas, when it's supposedly a civilian population of a foreign adversary. All Iran had to do was not build nukes, though. Not justifying this, but their government isn't innocent either. You're an idiot. First of all, Iran hasn't built nukes. They should have built nukes. They literally should have built nukes. Because if Iran had built nukes, Donald Trump couldn't say, Tehran, clear out. So ironically, it is actually the government's incompetence, I would say, that has caused them to try and play ball with America and play ball with the Western world over and over again, as the Western world has slapped them around. Can Donald Trump tweet out, Moscow, clear out? No, obviously not. And Russia has done a metric ton of damage to Ukraine. So why can't Donald Trump say, hey, Kremlin, clear out? Why can't they say, hey, DPRK, clear out? Pyongyang, clear out? Why can't they say that? Oh, that's right, because they have nukes. Okay, that's it. You gotta have nukes. If you want to have sovereignty outside of the sphere of NATO influence, outside the sphere, the protective banner of the West. And by the way, ironically, when you are in the NATO protective banner and you don't have any sovereignty, look at Turkey, you got nothing. So yeah, it actually is an issue for Iran that they don't have nukes. They should have. If they did, the region would be more stable. Yeah, they have no nukes. They've been 3 years away for 35 years because they're not building them. Anyone who's buying this narrative is either politically illiterate or one of the new age conservative Zoomers too young to know the history. I know. Iran has been 3 seconds to midnight on the nuke stuff for the past 35 years, chatters. If they wanted to make them, they could have. You think that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea were able to literally withstand a famine in the process, like one of the most devastating famines of all time, and then at the same time develop a nuclear program and engage in the enrichment of uranium before Iran could? Do you know how connected Iran is to the rest of the world as opposed to the DPRK? Do you know how, Iran has colleges, academics, people that actually, regardless of the government being treated as a foreign adversary, people, free travel all around the world, espionage capabilities. If Iran wanted to make nukes, they would have made them by now. Honestly, they probably should have made them by now. I think a lot of people are maybe too young or too oblivious to the reality of how this nuclear proliferation conversation has gone on. I mean, I joke, there's the Hasanabi doctrine, but it's a joke, but it's also real, okay? What do I always say? For nation building, the Hasanabi doctrine for nation building, we joke, we present it as a meme, but it's real. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if Western powers claim you have nukes, drop everything and get nukes immediately. Because once they say you have nukes, even if you don't have them, if you don't ever get them, that means they're just going to destroy you. Ukraine is a great example of a country that gave up its nukes. Look at what's going on with Ukraine. Libya is a country that cast aside any sort of like ambition for nuclear proliferation, and America still claimed that they had nukes, and they didn't, and look at Libya now. Iraq, WMDs. Oh, they have yellow cake, enriched uranium, WMDs. We have to go in and we have to check it out. Iraq didn't have nukes. I say this as someone who is an advocate for denuclearization universally. I mean, nuclear power as an energy grid is fine. You guys have bullied me too much, and that's okay. I'm on board with nuclear power plants. But as far as like nuclear weapons goes, I'm anti-nuke, okay? I think no one should have nukes, but as long as nuclear proliferation continues and the West basically bullies every country that doesn't have nukes without any sort of scrutiny, without any sort of pushback whatsoever, you need nukes. All right, let's get to the State Department press briefing real quick.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also stated that fact as he has traveled the world working to implement President Trump's vision of peace and security. That statement has also been uttered from this podium many times. The fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon is clear. As the White House reminds us, since taking office, President Trump has clearly stated no fewer than a dozen times that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, for anyone who's unclear on that fact. President Trump has made the same pledge no
Guys, you
fewer
don't
than
understand.
40
America
times.
First and being a peaceful dove actually meant doing the exact same thing that previous administrations have done, which is to go to war with Iran. America First actually means doing a decapitation strike on the supreme leader of Iran. America First actually means like violating any sort of isolationist principle that we might have actually run a campaign on.
I want to recognize the State Department and other U.S. government teams around the world working under threat on behalf of the American people, particularly those in Israel and Ukraine, who spent another night sheltering in bunkers as they came under attack. Our priority is the safety of Americans overseas and here at home. It is the priority of Secretary Marco Rubio. It is the priority of everyone who works in this building, and the thousands of American citizens who work anonymously and whom you will never see, who are working in embassies and consulates around the world and working with those local nations to be there for American citizens and to help facilitate American diplomacy. Our priority is the safety of Americans, yes, here at home, but also overseas. We thank all of those working on behalf of the American people, all of you watching from home and from around the world. We thank you, and for everyone around the nation, we know and honor your work as we begin another briefing here, ready to take your questions. All right. Yes, sir.
Here we go. By the way, notice how the State Department press briefings are damn near identical in their response to the previous State Department, regardless of how different things are.
It's going to help Americans potentially leave the region.
My goats are there. Goat.
Depending on the countries that they're in.
I guess is Prem not there? I don't see him.
Right. Well,
I guess they revoked Zeteo's press credentials. This is live, yeah.
Not for a month or 6 months, but durable ends to this nature of forever wars. And that has been his posture, and that's his posture now.
Okay, I have an easier follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people...
I'll take a hard one, too, I'd say.
How many people so far have contacted U.S. missions in Israel or elsewhere, American citizens?
I'm losing my mind. Stop asking about American citizens being allowed to leave Israel. Oh my God. That is, sure, it's relevant, but it's the least relevant part of this. Please ask about what the administration is planning to do. Please prod some questions. Why are tankers moving into the region? Why are there bombers in the region? Does Donald Trump need congressional authorization? We know the answer, but at least it's important to have it on the record.
I know that our commitment is to the safety and security of Americans.
The media's bad now. They're just like tools.
Yes, sir.
Straight up tools for the fucking aristocracy, pretty much.
Would like to see a regime change in Iran.
First of all, I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do. What we've seen, though, is clear, is months and repeated statements that all he wants is a peaceful world, his activity and the nature of the action.
Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Everybody knows this. Israel wants regime change. America wants regime change. They want it. The point is, will they try to get it by doing a decapitation strike? Who will they actually try to put in the position of power? Will a decapitation strike be successful? Okay. Trump's desire to handle the escalating conflict in the Middle East diplomatically is waning. Officials familiar with the ongoing discussions tell CNN Trump is growing increasingly warm to using U.S. military assets to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. This is basically the same holding position, the holding pattern that we've been in. As I said yesterday, and I will keep repeating over and over again, the situation is basically identical to Iraq. Okay, it is identical to Iraq. We are at the precipice of a fake reason, fake justification, WMDs, fake pretext to go and wage war in an even larger country with an even more powerful military in mountainous territory that is basically designed geographically to be like a natural castle that will be incredibly costly in terms of human life and human casualties in Iran, first and foremost, and then also for American troops as well. This is Iraq War 2.0 coming from the guys who claimed that they were anti-neocon, coming from the administration that successfully ran and won, positioning themselves as antagonistic to the Iraq War. But this time it's different. That's where we're at. Now, I don't know if they will continue along with this ambition or if they're just simply doing like the Trump madman doctrine, which has happened in the past as well with like Qasem Soleimani's assassination, for example. Trump does something absolutely insane that under normal conditions would be considered a severe violation of another country's sovereignty, but then there is not much response from said country, this time Iran again, and then they get back to the bargaining table or whatever. And the only reason why this has worked so far is because of the unimaginable power that America has in the region, unimaginable power it has in terms of like doing damage to the civilian population, and the lack of appetite from countries like Iran to kill their whole population, like throw their population in the field of fire under American munitions. Iran's restraint is the only thing that has stopped World War III from unfolding. And it's not because of the brilliant calculations of Donald Trump. It's almost identical to like the way that Kissinger operated, bullying all of these other smaller countries and just like brutalizing them over and over again, pummeling them, doing a ton of war crimes in Asia, knowing full well that there was no retaliation that America would ever meet. The only major difference between what's unfolding right now and 2003, however, is that there is one, no 9/11 component. Two, we're living in the post-anti-Iraq war meta, where Americans like recognize the war on terror as being overwhelmingly a failure, right? And on top of that, I would say that we have tremendous economic instability, which I think plays a role in Americans not feeling as patriotic, or the Western world in general, not feeling as patriotic about their countries, like not feeling as though they are willing to go and serve in the military to like defend Western nations or whatever. It's like most people, if you ask like Gen Z, they're like, oh, would you serve in the American military? Would you serve in the British military? And they're like, I'm not gonna die for someone else's wars. Like, why would I do that? I can't even pay rent. And on top of that, there's tremendous enmity towards Israel. There's tremendous anger and resentment towards Israel in the public's eye. Politicians are united on defending Israel, but the American population even is not so united. It's one of the most common metas right now is like, I'm not dying for Israel. I'm not dying for Israel. It's like the rallying call of an entire generation. So when you look at the situation with deep economic volatility, deep uncertainties about people's futures, anger and resentment, and try to slap on a additional war that is even more costly than the previous wars that America is engaged in that are deeply unpopular, I don't know if Americans will be on board with this. I feel like this could potentially destabilize the entire Western world if implemented. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe America will find a way to nip this in the bud and have this like full-throated pro-war propaganda that they've been pummeling, that they've been pumping out on every outlet right now. They've been doing that. They've been doing that nonstop. If you notice, like CNN and New York Times is damn near identical with the way that you hear commentary from Fox News on this stuff. There are very few outspoken anti-war people out there. You got some crazies on the right. Some of the most like crazy MAGA people are coming out against it. But then also you got like the AOCs and the Thomas Massey and the Republican Party and the
Hello? Okay, I will be right back. I gotta step away and help my family with something, but it won't be but like 3 minutes something. This one's not long. I'll be right back. So sorry.
Democrats and Republicans,
Hi.
especially at the highest level.
Sorry about that. Okay. I forgot that I muted my mic and I had to step away, but everything's okay. I'm sorry about that. I had to take a break there.
Party are fully on board with escalating this conflict and moving in to Iran. But yeah, let's get back to it. President Trump urges evacuation of Tehran as the Iran-Israel conflict
We're going to
deepens.
begin with Israel stepping up its bombing of Iran and a blunt new warning from President Trump, all while Iran continues to just fire back. Iranian missiles hit an Israeli city this morning after Israel's warplanes attacked targets in Iran's capital, including its state-run broadcaster. More Iranians are fleeing their homes. Take a look at these pictures of the cars just leaving in droves. Trump is urging them to go with an online post saying everyone should immediately evacuate.
Ken Leakenstein with new reporting coming out fresh off the presses. Trump has secretly greenlit regime change in Iran. Worst kept secret of all time, by the way. Israel wants regime change. The U.S. is fine with that, sources say. Donald Trump is lying almost about everything regarding Israel and Iran. Trump knew what Israel was going to attack Iran, knew the basic outlines of the strategy, and implicitly gave the U.S. okay. Trump also quietly and enthusiastically embraces Israel's unstated goal of regime change. Two high-level U.S. officials involved in the internal discussions tell me. Trump hasn't officially approved anything, hasn't committed anything to paper, and hasn't signed off on any specific act. But in the dance of phone calls and back channel messages and things said and not said, the two countries found agreement. Trump has given Israel the green light by not saying no. They're calling it the yellow card, or the yellow light. They're saying it's not a green light, it's not a red light, it's a yellow light, which means basically, functionally, whatever Israel wants to do, you can do. We're not going to say no. This is the world of statecraft at the highest level, where leaders say one thing and do another. This is not only for deniability's sake or to intentionally mislead. This is not only for deniability's sake or to intentionally mislead the public. It's just the way the world, way of the world that includes a set of rules and workarounds that allow leaders to never be frank. There are massive risks involved in Israel's campaign and in America's implicit support, but in the ways of national security, we just don't get to discuss them. It all started during the Biden administration. The two knowledgeable insiders tell me when Israel first pitched America on the campaign playing out now, fearing escalation and things spinning out of control, fearing the United States getting dragged in, fearing Iranian civilian deaths, Biden vetoed Israel's plan that is under the table and off the record in the shadow world of deniable diplomacy. Washington's
The shadow world of deniable
meant that direct action to operate outside the context of Hamas were off the table. Instead,
The
Israel in
shadow world
2024
of
carried out a spate
online
of assassinations of extremely high-level adversaries. First, Israel killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Then they bombed an Iranian embassy building in Damascus, killing high-ranking Iranian generals. For the record, all of these things that happened under the watchful gaze of the Biden administration was directly a violation of numerous red lines, and it was reliant on a hopeful Iranian restraint that actually did exist. Restraint paired up with Iranian naivete, I would say. And the Biden veto wasn't necessarily a veto in terms of like, oh, too many civilians are going to die, as Ken is reporting here from these official sources, anonymous sources. But it's more so, now is not the right time. Now that actually the axis of resistance have been entirely gutted, and there is very few striking capabilities that can come from all of the fronts, with the exception of Yemen, basically. Now that Syria is toppled and Hezbollah is decapitated, and even like all of the IRGC troop positions in Iraq have been compromised, it is much more difficult for Iran to create an air of deterrence and restraint around Israel. Now is a better opportunity for Israel to strike Iran, which is why they're doing it, right now, as opposed to under the Biden administration. Nobody expected these operations to be as successful as they were, which emboldened Israel. On April 1st, 2024, Iran attacked Israel in a massive and unprecedented missile and drone strike. Quietly, the U.S. military helped defend its number one ally. The Arab states looked the other way. The Iranian attack was largely thwarted, which sources tell me came as a surprise to the U.S. government and further emboldened Israel. Even so, Joe Biden didn't want a broader war and the risk it entailed, so he kicked the can down the road to Donald Trump. None of this, of course, began in 2024. Iran and Israel have engaged in a tit-for-tat shadow war for years, with Iran arming Hamas and other Israeli adversaries. This culminated in Hamas' October 7 attack, a dramatic event that could not have taken place without Iran's long-standing support and funding. That shadow war is what's at the background of all of this, not Iran's nuclear capabilities, the hobby horse of a Washington unwilling to deal with the reality of decades-long war and the absence of our own policy for finding peace with Iran. The Iranian administration, the Iranian government, Whether they were secular or fundamentalists, it does not matter. As long as the Iranian government is outside of the sphere of American and Israeli control, they will always be a threat. And the American government will always find a way to say, these guys are our adversaries, they're terrorists, they're bad, they're wrong. It doesn't matter. Because the ultimate goal here is the destabilization of Iran and exchanging leadership of Iran away from an administration that won't play ball with America or is not a willing participant in America's grand design for the region, to one that is directly controlled as a puppet state in the hands of the United States of America. That is the ultimate goal here. And the nukes are the repackaged WMD. Just as intervention in Iraq both was fantastic for our material interest, oil, all that stuff, but that destabilization and regime change in Iraq and keeping Iraq as a completely destabilized region that, you know, bred incredible militancy in the form of ISIS and numerous other groups, was better overall for Israel's position of dominance in the region. It is not an accident that every single country that is not firmly within the sphere of American and Israeli control and influence has been thwarted. The ultimate goal here isn't even Iran. The ultimate goal here is China. For America's interest, like in the region, Iran is basically the final big bad that threatens their overall full-blown control over the region. The real reason why they want to completely control the region is because they want to have complete control over the energy production, or at least almost complete control over the energy production, and use that as a incredibly powerful weapon against China. The president made it clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, Vice President Vance said today, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. This is about the Strait of Hormuz, right? They could theoretically block it for countries like China. Yes, the Strait of Hormuz, where the overwhelming majority of oil tankers pass through. It is where the economic engine of the planet, the fuel supply of the entire planet basically goes through. And it's not just the Strait of Hormuz, it also is just like oil production in general. If you destabilize Iran, or put a puppet leadership in charge of Iran and turn Iran into like Egypt, for example, a servile state, then all of a sudden, a ginormous country that is aligned with China goes away. It's no longer a threat. You have complete control over the region. You have complete control over all of the oil that comes out of the region, and you can just shut it off. You can shut it off from going to China. In reality, while the negotiations commenced in secret chambers involving just a handful of principal officials, Trump and his closest advisors talked about Israel's longstanding plan. A hint of these discussions appeared this past weekend when Trump told the Wall Street Journal that his team had foreknowledge of Israel's plans. The lesson Israel took from 2024 is that Iran might be able to bloody its nose, but not destroy it or the region. Not now, anyway. Israel also assesses that its many attacks on Iran's proxies, the emergence of a new Syrian regime, the failure of nuclear talks, and of course its precise intelligence on Iran's leadership makes this the best moment to act. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran, Trump blurted out today. His use of the word we tells that he is fully behind Israel. It will take a while for the military and the bureaucracy and of course Congress to catch up. The news media will be filled with stories about the contradictions of this and that, about how close Iran was or wasn't acquiring a nuclear weapon, about World War III and how toppling the Iranian regime is just the next Iraq or Libya, right up until it happens, whatever it will be. Everyone should evacuate Tehran, Trump said on Monday. President Trump has been unusually tight-lipped about Israel's military campaign. Asked Monday about the possibility of regime change, the normally loquacious Trump said simply, I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens. Pressed further at the G7 before the president walked out about what he knew, he answered totally out of character. They didn't even want to talk about that. Israel has not yet officially said that its goal is regime change. I mean, they have. It's that's part of the game as well, but with much of Iran's military leadership eliminated in a lightning-fast series of strikes Friday, Israel's objectives clearly extend beyond just halting their nuclear program. According to the IDF, as of yesterday, Israel struck more than 865 targets, really aim points at targets, not targets themselves. The IDF says 20-plus senior military commanders have been eliminated. Israel's also attacking Iranian missile launchers, and it says it has already eliminated 120, a third of Iran's force. Aware of Israel's desire to mount a stronger attack, Trump publicly said he wanted 60 days to negotiate with Iran. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. This is a funny headline. We can take Trump's word for his word, U.S. State Department says. Back at the U.S. State Department briefing, spokesperson Tammy Bruce is asked about Trump's comments that he wants a real end to the Iran-Israel conflict. We can take Trump's word for his word, Bruce says, but I'm not going to speculate in the larger sense on what that would mean. That is up to the president. He's the singular guiding hand about what will be occurring from this point forward. I'm telling you, I think this has been the plan for a lot longer. Either it's the Trump madman theory, which is how much appetite Iran has for retaliation and how much punishment Iran will dish out to American assets in the region, to Israel in general. And that calculation is what causes America to either go in full blown or to, I guess, simply use this as a threat against Iran and the Iranian population to I don't know, ultimately get them to a further weakened position where they can be easily thwarted. I do think that no matter what happens, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that no matter what happens, like, the goal here is a decapitation strike and violent regime change. That's what I think. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think that the goal is to ultimately destabilize Iran and then inevitably down the line, develop new leadership, create new leadership that is servile to American interests in the region. Channel 12 reports Israeli estimates suggest that the United States may join the war against Iran tonight. They just keep pumping this out. Channel 14 said it yesterday, now Channel 12 is saying it today. Any day now, any moment now. Trump is considering joining Israel on strikes of Iranian nuclear sites, including Fort Al. Sources confirmed to Jim Laporta and Jennifer J. Jacobs. CBS News reports this was expected to be discussed in today's Situation Room meeting. There was not a full agreement among Trump's closest advisors. This is from 9 minutes ago. They're moving one step closer, one step closer. Two things. There's only two outcomes here. One, this is the pre-planned, preordained final strike against Iran with the hopes of destabilizing the country. Or Trump is doing this thing where he's like, oh, I'm going to be violent. Just you wait. Now you have to, I guess, listen to what I have to say. You have to come back. If you're like the Brett McGurk strategy of they diminish Iran's capabilities without taking severe penalties because they know Iran is far too restrained, and then they bring Iran back to the table to concede on a bunch of stuff that Iran previously would not concede to, like a maximalist position. If something happens to America as a result of this, Trump will actually go down as the worst of all time. I mean, this is Trump's George W. Bush moment. Policymakers are free to ignore intelligence assessments, but I hope there was a serious conversation between Trump and his national security team regarding any claims made by Israel to include a U.S. intelligence community assessment on those claims before any decisions were made. I raised earlier the point of having the intelligence community's take on Israeli claims was crucial. This means that, in effect, that Trump has chosen to believe the Israeli conclusions over those of his own intelligence community. Israel shared intelligence they claim showed that Iran was working towards a bomb. U.S. intelligence agencies didn't see it that way. Oh, that's the other side of the story, by the way. What you're hearing on mainstream news is entirely different than what is actually unfolding behind the scenes. The American intelligence community's assessment is that Iran is not 3 seconds to midnight on a nuclear weapon. Even Tulsi Gabbard, she confirmed it. And of course, Vance's statement was a wishy-washy way of trying to fix it. Look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. God, I hate him. He's such a pussy. I hate JD Vance so much. Oh my God.
I do too.
Oh my God.
No.
I think the thing that really pisses me off is this incredibly millennial way of posting when you're the goddamn vice president. My friend, but there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over the 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish his goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this will happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligation by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. It's one thing to want a civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. Interesting, because they're hitting the civilian nuclear sites. So that's weird when you're saying that they should not be allowed to have nukes, and then you're simultaneously saying that these are distinct issues. But for Israel, it seems one and the same. And it's still another claim to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations. Yeah, I wonder why. You know who also is in violation of non-proliferation obligations because they never signed on to it? Israel, man. Israel has nukes, has never signed a non-proliferation treaty, refuses to sign it. Everybody knows they have nukes. You're in the American government. You know they definitely have nukes. You know exactly how many nukes they have. Also, unlike Iran, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Israel does have the capacity to deliver payload to America. Iran does not. Okay? Iran's maximum missile distance is like barely getting to Eastern Europe. Israel, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. Khalil, no! Once again, pure projection. Pure projection. Everything Israel says about their enemies is projection, okay? When they say Iran could nuke France, read that as a threat. That Israel could nuke France, okay? A dangerously unstable government that is a nuclear power. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needs to enrich uranium well above the threshold for civilian use. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating his non-proliferation obligations. I don't know, maybe because the previous Trump administration ripped apart their denuclearization agreement. The previous Trump administration did that. Trump did that. He did that. And also, amidst a denuclearization agreement that was brought to the table, Trump came out and said, haha, we were just doing a fake negotiation so Israel could shoot you guys. That just happened. That happened like yesterday. Sure, maybe you forget what took place in, I don't know, when you were a pussy-ass libtard who said Donald Trump is actually Hitler. Maybe you weren't paying close attention to what Donald Trump was doing with ripping apart the Obama-era denuclearization agreement. But don't act like you weren't in the room 3 days ago. You know, that didn't happen that long ago. A week ago, there was a denuclearization negotiation taking place. There were maximalist positions that America was abiding by, but as is the art of the deal, you're supposed to make concessions, right? Meanwhile, the president has shown remarkable restraint in keeping our military focused on protecting our troops and protecting our citizens. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. He's so, like, weepy. He's so weepy in the way he talks. I hate him. It's just like homo-fascism was going to come from the Democrats as opposed to the homophobic fascism from the Republicans. But J.D. Vance is carrying the torch of homo-fascism on the Republican right, single-handedly. Weepy, condescending, like, oh, you guys are really doing it again, huh? I hate it. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Have you said thank you once? And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using American military to accomplish the American people's goals. By the way, he responded to Tulsi Gabbard. Are you saying that Tulsi and 18 U.S. intelligence agencies backing the opposite findings less than 8 weeks ago are wrong or lying? No, I'm not saying that. First off, Tulsi's testimony was in March, and a lot has changed since then. Second, if you look at what she said then, her point about uranium enrichment is consistent with what I wrote above. To which Felix replied with, you are probably the least convincing, least trustworthy person ever in your position. I was there for Dick Cheney. You have all his malice, but with the added insecurity of spending the first 20 years of your life acting as a living Barbie for a council of chain-smoking grandmas. Once again, this conversation should not be held around denuclearization. That is what they want you to talk about. That is what they want you to think is the main point of contention. This is not the main point of contention. Is it a fear that Iran may arrive at nuclear weapons? Yes, of course that's a fear. But it's not a fear because Iran will use said nukes. It's a fear that Iran will threaten to use said nukes and develop sovereignty. That's the real fear. That would make it impossible to overthrow the Iranian administration. A sovereign state would render American ambitions of destabilizing Iran and bringing it under the banner of American influence impossible. Because then you never know you never know how unstable it might be if they have nukes after all. Why would Iran want to enrich uranium? Asked the vice president of the nuclear superpower currently demanding Iran surrenders unconditionally to the rogue nuclear power currently bombarding it 7 years after it scuttled its treaty. It solved the issue through negotiations. Iran must arrive at the tech tree at nuclear weapons if Iran wants to be a sovereign state.
Chewing all my nails off is fun. You got too long though. It's nice to get them all off. I prefer my teeth for cutting my nails.
Senator Murphy, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I wanted to build on some of the questions that Senator Schatz was asking, just to try to build a fact predicate for some of the tough spending decisions we're going to have to make here. Just to confirm, I heard you say, with respect to the gift of the plane from Qatar, that we do not yet have a signed MOU with the government of Qatar. Is that right?
Correct. We're in the process
I moved my TV.
working through that.
And did you also say we don't have a signed contract with the company that is going to do the work? Or did you say that we have a contract, you're just not willing to disclose the terms?
The terms should not be disclosed of anything related to an aircraft of this type.
So in 2018, when the contract was signed with Boeing to do the upgrades or the new contracts for Air Force One, the terms of that contract were disclosed. They were made public. In fact, it was the Trump administration that issued a press release giving the total as $3.9 billion. Are you saying this time around, even after you sign the contract, you're not going to make public any of the terms of the contract?
I wasn't involved in that previous administration decision, but we're happy to take a look.
The Air Force testified before the House that that contract would likely deliver the new Air Force Ones by the 2028 timeframe. It doesn't stand to reason that you will be able to retrofit the plane from Qatar much sooner than 2028. So I'm trying to understand what the gap is that we're trying to fill. If this contract ends up being $500 million and the gap only ends up being 6 months, that doesn't sound like a wise investment for this committee to make.
Senator, I would defer to the expertise of the Air Force as far as timing of modifications and when that would happen, but there's also been delay after delay after delay on the Boeing side, so I don't know that's a firm fixed date yet, unfortunately, can be counted on.
So obviously the underlying question here is what is going to happen to the plane at the end of Trump's presidency. The president said on May 12th that this plane would be transferred to his presidential library at the end of his term. Is that your understanding of what is going to happen to this plane?
The president said that. That's my understanding, although I would look at what comes out of the MOU.
But why would we ask the American taxpayer to spend upwards of $1 billion on a plane that would then only be used for a handful of months and then transferred directly to the president? That doesn't sound like a wise use of taxpayer dollars.
A lot of the capabilities, as you know, Senator, of that particular platform are and should remain classified. So there are reasons why you might modify, even for a short period of time, an aircraft to ensure the safety and security of the President of the United States.
But when do you believe that those upgrades would be made? How long would the president have it before it got transferred to his personal possession?
That would be a determination of the Air Force that would take hold of it and make those modifications within whatever time window they believe gets it to the place where it need to be.
Yeah, I think this is extraordinary, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about a pretty massive investment of appropriations dollars into a plane that the Secretary is saying is currently planned to be transferred personally to the president. There's a lot of other pending needs that we need to fund. This would seem to be low on the list. Mr. Secretary, one final question. Obviously, you know that there is a concern in the public about a double standard that is applied to protest, sometimes protest that turns violent. The president, when he came into office, issued pardons to the individuals that attacked the United States Capitol, including those individuals who beat savagely police officers. You have deployed the National Guard and readied Marines in a way that many people think is unnecessary given the state and the local resources. So maybe let me ask the question this way so that you can assuage people's concerns that there is a double standard. The National Guard was deployed here on January 6th, and that was a decision made by the Department of Defense. Do you support that decision? Do you believe that that was the right decision to deploy the National Guard to defend the Capitol on January 6th?
All I know is it's the right decision to be deploying the National Guard in Los Angeles to defend ICE agents who deserve to be defended in the execution of their jobs.
But I think it's important to know whether you think it was also important to have the National Guard defending the United States Capitol when there were violent protesters here on the president's behalf, to make sure that folks know that you care about protest, whether it's against the president or on behalf of the president.
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard when that happened and was initially ordered to go guard the inauguration of Joe Biden. But because of the politicization of the Biden administration, my orders were revoked. And ultimately, because of the politics that were being played inside the Defense Department by the previous administration.
But do you support the decision made on January 6th to send the National Guard here to defend
I support
the
the decision that President Trump made and requesting the National Guard that was denied.
So you do not.
President Trump
you do not support the decision.
Support
you do not
for the
support
National
the
Guard
decision
in
to send the
advance
National
and was
Guard here
denied.
to defend the Capitol. I think that speaks to the worry that many Americans have that there is a double standard, that you are not willing to defend against attacks made on our democracy by supporters of the president, but you are willing to deploy the National Guard to protect against protesters who are criticizing the president. That's not how our taxpayer dollars are supposed to work. They're supposed to be used to defend the United States, no matter the nature of the political affiliation of the protesters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stupid elementals. I love just letting my games farm. I just sit here and let them farm, and I just get better at all these games, like time after time.
Tucker Carlson just destroyed and humiliated Ted Cruz over Iran in the most shocking MAGA infighting we've seen since, well, Cruz had to
What?
closet on January 6th. What really happened with the Trump administration's masked ICE officers arresting a man who was running for mayor of New York City because he asked to see a warrant. The Israel-Iran situation spiraling out of control, and Trump's official stance is now maybe I will, maybe I won't. No one knows what I'm going to do regarding the U.S. military attack in Iran. And Adriana Smith just gave birth months after being declared brain dead to a 1-pound, 13-ounce baby, and it has people divided. We're jumping into all that and much more on today's brand new Philip Franco show. A daily dive into the news, starting with this. Tucker Carlson absolutely destroyed Ted Cruz in a conversation about Iran and Israel, and you're seeing the internet divided right now. Because as we talked about yesterday, Carlson has adamantly opposed the U.S. getting involved in a potential war between Iran and Israel. In fact, so much so that he's split from Trump on the issue and argued that Trump is complicit in Israeli strikes. And that is, you also had Carlson pointing out that Trump previously vowed to stop all wars and claiming that getting drawn into another foreign war in the Middle East is not America first. And while Tucker has got a fair share of backlash for his remarks, including from Trump himself, there are also many MAGA conservatives who have come to his defense now, creating a major rift in the party. But throughout all of this, Ted Cruz has become one of Trump's strongest defenders, which also isn't the most surprising because he's long been known as one of the most vocal anti-Iran, pro-Israel lawmakers in D.C. Right? And then with all that, last night you had Carlson posting a clip from an interview that he did with Cruz that released today. And immediately, because of how it played out, you had people hooked and interested.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
how could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's, it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay.
Persians and predominantly Shiites.
No, it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson.
Neither do you, Tucker. You don't live in Iran. The fuck are you talking about?
Expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're a disgraced news correspondent.
The country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
You're a jackass. I can't believe you're deigning to even speak to him. Why are you listening to Ted Cruz? Who the fuck cares what Ted Cruz thinks? Does the right even care what Ted Cruz thinks? I'm going to ask my friend Baegon this tonight. I'd be like, hey, Baegon, do you think the right cares what Ted Cruz thinks?
You're the one who claims they're not trying to
And he's going to be like, no. I guarantee it. He's going to be like, no.
Trump.
They care what Donald Trump thinks.
You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation.
Okay, we're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, so a few things to unpack here. First of all, Carlson is correct that the White House and Trump himself have previously denied having any involvement in Israel's strikes on Iran, with Trump even vaguely reiterating that denial again today. So it appears that Cruz is just factually wrong here, or the White House is lying. But then also, I want to hit on the whole debate that they're having around Iran trying to murder Trump. So for some background here, it's been reported in the past that intelligence agencies have warned about Iranian assassination threats against Trump. And in July, a Pakistani man with ties to Iran was arrested and charged with plotting to kill American officials, with legal documents claiming that Trump may have been a target. And then, shortly after the election...
Legal documents? What do you mean legal
prosecutors
documents?
brought charges against an Afghan national who allegedly plotted to assassinate Trump at the direction of Iran. Now with that, Iran's president has denied all those allegations, claiming back in January that his country never tried to kill Trump. But then, just a few days ago, you had Benjamin Netanyahu telling Fox News that Israel had intel that Iran was behind the two close attempts on Trump's life in July and September. Though notably, there you even had conservative outlets like the New York Post noting noting that American security agencies have never tied the two assassination attempts to Iran. And you have Carlson himself even explicitly saying that Netanyahu is lying about this. Right, and I bring that up because it's been a main element of how Cruz has responded to this now viral clip, with him posting about it repeatedly on X and writing in one. Did a long interview with Tucker, he released a snippet playing a gotcha on the population of Iran. I declined to play that silly game. Watch the full 2-hour interview where Tucker attacks Trump, attacks the AIPAC lobby, and falsely claims Iran is not trying to assassinate Trump. With Cruz then also making another post where he accused Carlson of refusing to acknowledge indisputable truth and sharing this recent clip from Steve Bannon's podcast.
No, Iran did not try to assassinate the president during the last election. And by the way, if Iran did try to assassinate Trump, and we know that, then why are we not at war with Iran?
So again, there are a few different things on here that I want to address. First of all, it is not in fact an indisputable truth that Iran was behind the 2 close call assassination attempts against Trump. Because again, American officials have not officially connected them, and Netanyahu hasn't provided any new evidence. And then when you go and look at the full context of the clip that Cruz shared, Carlson is clearly talking about Netanyahu's allegations specifically, with him arguing that if there was indeed credible evidence that Iran was behind 2 serious close assassination attempts, the U.S. would have acted against them. But with all that said, regarding Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson and this clip, it had a lot of people going, oh my God, is Tucker Carlson actually making decent points here? People asking, is it possible to absolutely loathe Tucker Carlson and enjoy the fuck out of watching him destroy Ted Cruz at the same time? Asking for a friend. But then others echoing that, saying that Carlson absolutely demolished Cruz and highlighted Cruz's total lack of knowledge on the issue. I mean, you even had people on the left like Hassan Piker chiming in saying, why is Tucker Carlson capable of conducting an adversarial interview about the dangers of American intervention in Iran with Ted Cruz better than everyone else in legacy media? Shame. Of course, that was playing out as there were also plenty of people who defended Cruz and criticized Carlson. With some accusing Carlson of disrespecting a sitting senator. You also had others arguing that Carlson was just asking a gotcha question, writing things like 99 out of 100 interviewees will not know the exact population of any country, but may know a lot of other things about it. But also the conversation and debate around this interview, it's blown up since Tucker released the full 2-hour interview with Cruz today. And while obviously I'm not going to hit on every single thing in the 2 hours, I do have to hit a few wild bites for you, including this clip that the Tucker Carlson network tweeted with the caption, Senator Ted Cruz tries and fails to use the Bible to justify his support for Israel's bombing of Iran.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. You don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about. Okay. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions, really.
Is the nation
the
God's referring to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes,
it is.
Cruz then going on to try to clarify.
That is, for me, a personal motivation, but I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian, it's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official... So I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I'm the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America.
Right, and then some of the other...
Hey, Baegon, you here?
Mm-hmm.
What do you care what Ted Cruz thinks as like somebody from the right?
Do I care what Lion Ted Cruz thinks?
Yeah.
No.
See, I told the stream, I was like, I'm going to ask Baegon what he thinks about Ted Cruz. Or not what he thinks, excuse me, but if he cares what Ted Cruz thinks, and I guarantee you he's going to say no. And I made a personal bet, you know what I'm saying?
Ted Cruz is a fair weather conservative.
notable moments that have gone viral, including
convenient. He's not when it's not.
I don't know why Tucker cares what Ted thinks. Kind of.
Tucker grilling Cruz over his relationship with AIPAC, the money that he gets, and what they do. For also, at one point, Tucker said that Ted Cruz was saying things like
conservative icon by any means. I mean, I think he can be a useful ally. Don't get me wrong, but I don't give a shit what he thinks.
Yeah, he's a politician who hasn't like slept with children, right? I mean, he's at least a Republican who hasn't who doesn't have based morals or whatever, you know.
Yeah, he's not a depraved lunatic criminal.
No.
And apparently my friend decided to play the fucking server until shortly before Horde Night.
Well, I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I'm logging, so I had to get inside.
11 a.m. and it's Horde Night.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah.
Well, he was just on. He must have just logged off. I don't know why he was even on right now because I thought he was going to be at work. But yeah, he was on and he played it up till Horde Night time.
Wow.
And I know we are not ready for Horde Night because we haven't gotten our ammo and stuff back from Horde Night.
I didn't use a whole lot. I think I used like 100 pistol and like 20 hunting rifle and 20 shotgun rounds. So I still have a full stack of all three weapons, and that'll get me through, I think. Especially if I spear things. If we go to the same place, I can just spear things.
Those walls are kind of messed up, and there's probably going to be cops this time. The only reason why that worked was...
Oh, yeah, the cops, yeah. I didn't think about the cops last night, and I should have. Oh, I need to load from Steam. Oops.
Yeah, then I know I talked about moving on to the next biome, but I'm also thinking maybe that's not so smart, because maybe we should just get up to tier 3 and get our motorcycles before we start looking at hopping around.
Yeah, how many trips on a bike is all this loot? That's like 4? 4 each, I think. I heard like 4 each. So motorcycle would be 2 each, I think, right? Because it's like double, like double the storage space. Because, yeah, a single row of storage on the bike is kind of brutal. We don't know where... Did we find the other trader? I can't remember.
No.
Yeah, we also haven't found the other trader, so that's a step.
We were talking about going for the desert. I realized you can't because you have to go to Burt Forest first.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Yeah, they've gated it.
And you can go to Burt Forest, or desert rather, but you can't complete the challenge and get so you can actually live out there.
Yeah, I was looking at the drink the first day, the drink they want. Which thankfully doesn't require materials that are hard to get. Or it could have been worse. Seven Days is getting a good spin on YouTube. I hope they get some pop from this. Scum also did their 1.0 release. All these little survival sandbox games are doing pretty well. Enshrouded, Valheim, 7 Days. Nightingale had a 1.0.
Did?
Yep, about to hit the join server button. Until this patch goes live, I can't do this on GeForce Now, so I have to run it off my my F drive. It takes a little bit, but it is running well once you get in. It doesn't hitch or anything. Good game for HDD. Okay, loading in.
like a, quote, sleazy feline. And honestly, like, these two stayed each other's throats the rest of the interview.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
But again, these are just a few moments from a very long interview that covered a lot of different topics, and I'm going to link to the full thing down below so you can watch it. With that said, whether you've watched the full thing or given what you've seen here, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts and reactions to this whole situation?
Okay, prefab's almost in.
But then switching gears from that to other news, we need to talk about how a brain-dead woman who was kept alive for months, not to save her, but to avoid breaking Georgia's abortion law, just gave birth, if you can even call it that. This is the Adriana Smith situation that we talked about a few weeks ago. And the quick breakdown here is that Smith worked as a nurse at Emory University Hospital, and she had to be admitted back in February, which is when doctors discovered blood clots in her brain. But then shortly afterwards being declared brain dead, and her family wanted to take her off life support, considering that she had no hope of recovery. But the staff at Emory University Hospital, they wouldn't allow it because Smith was 8 weeks pregnant, and they were scared that in a roundabout way, they could be accused of causing an abortion by removing her from life support. Because Georgia's law, it bans all abortions if any cardiac activity is detected, which can be as early as 6 weeks. Which, as we've talked about, it's so early that many women may not even realize that they're pregnant. So this entire situation, it was seen as a prime example of how anti-abortion laws often have tragic and unforeseen consequences. But then all of that bringing us to Friday, where you had Chance being brought into the world via C-section and coming in at just 1 pound 13 ounces, which is extremely small for a baby, even a premature one, and Chance is now in the neonatal intensive care unit. Though fortunately, at least according to his grandmother,
and he's expected to be okay. He's just fighting. We just want prayers for him. Just keep praying for him. He's here now.
And as you can imagine, this is a bittersweet moment for her because after Chance's birth, she spoke to the hospital about removing Smith's life support, all of which then led her to say,
it's kind of hard. It's hard to process. Me burying my daughter. My daughter, she buried me.
And with all this, one of the things we don't know is why Emory decided to deliver the baby at this specific moment. The one possible reason is that they wanted to strike a balance between removing Smith from life support as soon as possible in accordance with her family's wishes, while also avoiding Georgia's anti-abortion law. So as soon as her baby was potentially viable, they did the C-section. But also, understandably right now, the hospital isn't saying much. And that is, it's also not like Smith's family has much love for the hospital following them allegedly bungling Smith's diagnosis. Because she had initially gone to the hospital due to headaches and then was sent home before needing to return the next day, with Smith's mother saying,
oh, she would say that they failed her. She would definitely say that, Mommy, they failed me. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would have been there and I would have made it.
Okay, in. I hope. Wait, you didn't crash, did you? No. No. Don't crash, no. Come on, stop spinning blue. Stop spinning blue. Yes! Load, damn it. No, you're crashing again. No. There, it did it. It did it. Yes. Don't do that to me. Whoa. Whoa. Nice. 0 to 120. Gotta get you on. No, you're on party. And then now you're green, though, instead of blue. Okay. Oh, yeah. I have a bike. How's my inventory? Oh, that's dumb. Okay, I am on. I assume you want me to come to you?
Yep.
Alright.
recommendations.
You know, while women, and especially black women, getting their health concerns ignored is unfortunately nothing new. I mean, we've done deep dives on the topic. That entire conversation is being overshadowed by the debate surrounding Georgia's abortion law, with the law itself being fairly vague about what to do in a situation like this, which is what makes Emory so extremely cautious. But also, you have Georgia officials claiming it wasn't even necessary in this case, with State Attorney General Chris Carr saying back in May that removing Smith's support wasn't against the law because, quote, there is nothing in the Life Act that requires medical professionals to keep a woman on life support after brain death. And adding, removing life support is not an action, quote, with the purpose to terminate a pregnancy. And notably, when the laws are vague like that, it's usually up to whether an Attorney General actually wants to enforce it and whether the courts agree. So there, I'll say it's possible that we won't have a definitive answer for a very long time unless lawmakers act sooner. And then you got even more news in just a minute. But first, you know, have you ever looked at your dog mid-zoomies and you think, yeah, that's the only living creature who truly gets me.
I thought this was the house, isn't it?
Height, tail wagging like it's about to lift off. That's loyalty. That's love we deserve. And
1 sec, I'll get back on the bike. That's weird. I heard the quest start, and I thought I was at the house we were supposed to do. Yeah, and your bike's here.
Why are you wasting your time over there?
I don't know. I thought this was the quest, is it not? You want to go... Oh, you want to come, like, directly to the box? I thought we were just clearing.
Not if we're doing the quest yet.
Okay, well, if you want to do something, let me know. I was just going to clear the house.
Easy loot time. Oh, you actually down? Not the safest thing in the world.
I thought it was. I mean, there's like plenty of places to go. Sorry, what about loot? Okay.
You can go kill the dungeon if you want, but I was going to try to hit the loot and then see if we can play this again before the net starts.
I'm at the loot. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you ran right in front of my hacks. Where is this zombie? I guess I'll just leave it.
There we go. Let's get out now. go quick because, well, Fortnite.
Oh, oops.
Get out of the way, I can't.
Sorry, my spear broke. There we go.
Let's keep pushing because we're gonna be in a tough spot if we don't get this clear to get back to the base before nightfall.
Yeah, he got like in my personal space as my spear broke. It's so annoying. I have to think about looking at durability. Are the red barrels explosive?
Find out. Nice way to meet at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. We got one that's alive still somewhere below us. Can you look for him? I'll hit the link real quick.
I don't hear anything. Are you sure?
Your radar.
Oh yeah, the oh, the little red arrow. Okay.
Well, it should be orange or yellow.
Oh yeah, a little orange yellow dot. I see. So down there, 10 meters. Okay. Oh, he's a soldier. I am. My client froze, I guess. Oh no. No. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I got him. Damn it.
Alright, I am totally full. There's a little bit left in the boxes to grab.
Uh-huh.
And I'm working my way out of here. Just, yeah, hit the few pieces of loot that are still in this building on your way out. And then don't forget the box.
Okay, got it. And then...
So if we just want to survive, we could go hide on top of the tomb mausoleum thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
We won't get shit for kills. Like, I'm a shotgun guy, so I have to be up close if you want me to get kills.
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, I would certainly rather get kills.
Yeah, it doesn't affect me whether or not you get kills. It's your prerogative.
You get experience just the same as I do.
I do, but I'm not in a rush.
It was a good evening until you came in. What do you want?
Yeah, at least we got that quest done.
Yeah. Ranged mods bundle and 3,000 dukes. It's a suppress silencer and a scope 4x and a cripple mod.
lots of water over at the fireplace.
Okay.
Alright, we got about an hour of in-game.
Yeah, I'm just checking my 3 points. I got 3 points to spend, and that's the last bit. Gonna finally cap out perception here. No, I'm not. The next, probably when we're done with this.
So I was thinking we should put this energy substation because it's got some pretty good walls.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do. I like switching it up. I like doing the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Well, because it's got a building that's fairly secure that we'd be safe hiding on.
Yeah.
But there's also low concrete walls where we can still hit things. So there's room to hide if we're getting overwhelmed by shit, basically.
Yes. I like it. And it's low enough to the ground where we can shotgun and all that.
Yeah, because I'm shotgunning for sure.
Do you want me to pull these blocks, or should we leave them?
Yeah. Well, of course you need to pull them. So we can have some kind of spot to shoot down at him.
Yeah, smart. You're a good tactician. I'd like to see you on a PvP game like Eve or Rust.
No thanks.
Yeah. Proof even more so that you're like an excellent tactician. I mean, that statement right there is proof of it.
Oh, I'm just a boomer that sucks at video games and doesn't want to have to compete.
These days, it's often turrets and shit doing it for you. But yeah. There's our first zombie. No, that's just a roamer. It doesn't start for another 15 minutes, huh? I've got 150 shoddy, 100 and... Oh, I have 350 pistol I can split if you need, by the way. You're doing shotgun, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
I brought recogs, which is a 6-minute duration, so I've got 4 recogs if you I don't know if you brought them, but I brought recogs if you need.
Oh, fun. I'm just gonna hide up here and see if I can get away with murdering zombies.
Yeah, 50% on a shotgun blast is pretty good. Because I think it affects all the pellets. I think there's like 5 pellets and they all have damage or something, I forget. L HF. Got a cop over on this side now. And I killed him. Oh no, I didn't. But yeah, no, he is now. Oh shit, what the fuck hit me? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a bird. I got it. I'm getting a call, Baegon. I'm gonna step away. Hello? Okay. Okay, back with you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got infected. So I just went in and tried to kill him to get the infection off me, you know? Get some free kills. On my way back. Also, oh, well. Okay, back.
not sure how much health that building was going to be able to keep losing, but I'm sure it wasn't much.
There's a nice sniper book in that if you want it.
Oh, yep, don't have that one yet.
I don't have room.
Yeah, those zombies really messed up our little base.
It was fun though.
Oh, for sure. I went through all my shotgun rounds though.
I have 170 for you.
Oh, well, I'll just go to a box here in a second.
Yep. Stefan's treasure map. I didn't use any recogs.
If you drink all the coffee, I'll kill you.
Alright, let's go off to that quest. So we need to hurry up and tier.
Yes.
Okay, I looted the burnt out trailer in the backyard. There's a wooden shed next door. Oh. Nice, there was shelves of stuff in here. Lockpicks. Building nails. Okay, I'm going in the main house. Oh no, you're in here.
There we go.
Right on. Machine gun. Maybe you want that mag in the silver box.
Sure, please.
More. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did it.
$25 for steel. What the fuck was that? What was that? It didn't even hurt me, it just was stupid. Top. Watch the corner. Oh. Fun to blast a cop in the face. Did I hit you? I'm sorry if I did. Thank you. Dog. Nice.
I'm infected now, but low level.
We got antibiotics, I think, at the base. Should be good.
Up on the roof. Upper area is the loot room.
Alright, I'm just cracking this safe. Okay, let's see what we got. Nothing, utter crap. Pipe bombs and a fucking couple of shotgun shells. But I wanted the pipe bombs, so oh well.
Alright, I'm all looted out. I'll need you to pick everything else up.
Alright. How do you get up there? I didn't really see the route.
In the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Ah, I see, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I'm full now.
I got it.
That gonna go turn in, and then obviously we want to grab that airplane drop.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got the inventory space, go swing by on your way back.
I don't. Well, actually, maybe I do if I scrap. Let's see. I got a new hammer, which is good. Pull the mod out of the old one. Yes, I will go to the airdrop. Weapon flashlight schematic. Ah. I don't know what happened to this. Oh, there we go. Bunch of
the airplane stuff.
What's that? Sorry.
Any good loot?
Yeah, mags in the top left box. I was about to say. Need pipes to fix all my pipe weapons.
You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
Ooh, Gravedigger mod, or, well, I'll just do crafting skill. Oh, oops. Yeah, no quests. Nice, the tier 3 done. Even more mags in the top left. Then I need pipes. Okay, I've maxed out everything but Spear Master here, so I'm finishing Spear in a couple of levels. I will hard switch to I will respec to mining and that sort of thing. Resource gathering and loot luck. And probably pistol. I don't know. Maybe I'll just stay Spear for a bit. See how it feels. The ammo's not so easy without an auger.
I'll get it eventually.
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing fine with ammo. I don't think ammo's really a problem. I have your shotgun shells. I'm going to leave them here. I'm bringing like 30. Ooh, AP slugs. Cool. Yeah, give me those. I'll just take those.
Go ahead and delete that tier 2 off your quest list.
Roger.
I'm gonna go to my nighttime quest here. I'd like to do a daytime clear and then clear it for night.
Alright. Lumberjack. Oh, they fell. Nice. It was like a trap.
Level 27. Okay, I'm max spear. Like, penetrator, spear, and perception.
Well, that's always good.
Yeah. So that's the end of the spear journey. I don't know. I'm going to languish with points, and maybe I'll just stack into minor 69er now. I don't know. Just move on from there until we have more ammo. I'm in the loot room, and it's, like, clear.
I was wondering where all those zombies were because I was hearing so many sounds.
Yeah, there was this metal door between us and the loot room, which made it so I could just shoot through there with a hunting rifle for, like, 5 minutes. And just shoot them all in the head. There was, like, no reason to even bother you, really, because, they were just, their heads were just there to shoot,
There's a streamer up on the ground floor trying to get through a door, but it can't see us, so I don't just want to stream it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your exit. Oh, there's a box up top. Nice. Oh, and another box up there. Nice. I didn't even see up there. Ooh. Spear Hunter. Yes! That's actually really good. I think I shall use a steroid. So that I can run. Too late. Oh.
Now we're gonna get friends. Well, I'm fully loaded. I gotta go back to base and turn in. But we can come back during the night and finish this quest.
Alright.
redirect is now closed, so get off my lawn.
All right, I'm ready to go. Are you?
Yes.
No, you could help shoot the deer.
I couldn't because there was not a bullet in the mag because I got a new gun. Sorry. I didn't know that the new gun didn't have a bullet in the mag. I mean, that's God's honest truth. I thought guns that you picked up had a bullet in the mag. Beers degrade slower.
Are you coming?
I don't really know the route yet. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that hole was open there. I'm with you, yeah. Army. Down.
Alright, we gotta find those generators.
Yeah. At 7, I need a 5-minute break.
Get out of here.
All right. Maybe this is a more natural time. I'm gonna go get what I need to do done, if that's okay.
What does that mean?
Well, like, unless you want to run off somewhere, my family made dinner for me, and I've got to go get it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna sit inside for just a couple minutes. I'll be right back, because that way we don't have, like, you know, an interruption. We're in a dungeon or something. Okay, back. Oh, shit. Whoa. I went up there, but there was no one home. So I, like, wasted my time.
If you drink, I'd shake your hand, but I bet you got dysentery the way you smell.
Yeah, we've got 4 fetch clears, all 400 meters, and then there's one infested that's 1.1 kilometers. I assume you want just a normal fetch clear. So I'm just gonna take like the
tier 3.
Yeah, they're all tier 3. Yeah.
Infested's probably the best.
Oh yeah, you want to do the whole 1.1? Okay.
Let's make a pact. Can't say I'm not surprised. Good luck, kid.
Same one we just did, I think. That sucks. What? God damn it. Oh god, I'm sorry.
Not shoot me in the back?
Well, you ran in front of me, to be fair. Here,
Yeah, this is such a quick dungeon.
yeah. Sorry I stabbed you in the back, buddy. The kitchen was kind of tight. I really didn't mean to. Oh, we have to do it twice. Oops.
But yeah, that was a pre-clear.
Right.
I'm trying to not always do the pre-clears now, but this one's so quick I wanted to do it.
Yeah, it's good loot. I don't never mind. I don't know if you're planning to go stun gun, stun baton, but there's Tech Junkie Volume 2 on the ground, and you might as well use it. We don't need to carry it really. I got my satchel. But we do still need to clear.
Alright, I think we're all looted out.
Oh, you got the loot room? Okay.
Yeah, I would want to go hit yours next too, but I have no space.
Right. Oh, sorry. I mean to bump you. Didn't know which way we were going.
Oh yeah, with the crate.
Oh yeah. Alright. Got it.
I'm totally full.
I got it all.
Check the workbench.
Oh, thank you, sir. Ooh, nice. Impact driver. That's a good upgrade. So now that renders ratchet. No, I guess you keep the ratchet, don't you? No, they're the same thing, right? Yeah, I'm just reading. Oh, I need to make a spear. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to make a spear. I've been meaning to do it forever. Yeah, here. Ooh, can you do a stone spear 6? Cool. Level 6 spear. Yeah, I forgot for so long. I kept thinking, like, I need to make a new spear, but then I forget. We run off, and then I forget. Finally, like a DPS upgrade. There we go. Ooh, it's got 3 slots, but I don't remember what I would put on it. I think I can wait. I can weighted head as spear, right? I think. Oh, there's an level 5 iron pickaxe. That's good. I don't need it right now.
Yeah, I'm headed off to the next quest.
Yeah, I gotta pull bandages. I'm almost ready. There we go. Bandages, food, water, ammo, guns, spear. Spear's good. I'm just gonna scan for any mods I can put in this spear to make our time a little bit faster. Oh, here, this serrated blade is serrated blade. No, that's those are knives. Huh? Metal chain is for clubs. Okay, I don't think I don't think I see anything. Just making sure we're like optimized here. Yeah, I think we're good. So okay, back in the saddle. Sorry for delay, had a just bit of a weapon, you know, configuration. Oh, I got dysentery from the stupid sandwich. Damn it. much better. It's kind of fun going from level 2 to level 6. Because you definitely feel it.
loot.
Yay. And I didn't stab you in the back this time. I love this game. I really feel like I'm looking out, like, you know, an attic window down there at the street. Make sure there's not some demon monster down there. Level 29. I'll do salvage operations and treasure hunter, and then move to minor 69er.
Yeah, let's do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what I was thinking. Make sure that I'm not doing anything stupid, you know? You got more experience with this game. Oh. Hello.
Oh,
thank you. Got it.
I just don't get why I'm not seeing any crates in this one. Like, are they hidden somewhere?
I hope not, because we definitely wiped it. I really don't know, buddy.
I went down that hole last time, and there wasn't anything down the hole, so I don't know.
You're a lot better at navigating these fucking labyrinths than me. I always get lost in these things. Ooh, what was that? That was, oh, I'm full. Oh, no, I got it.
I got everything you didn't get. We're good.
Alright.
Just gotta get my satchel.
I've gotta get down. Ew, nasty bathtub. Gross.
Alright, I got everything I can.
Yeah.
So, boxing, looting.
I'm going out. Did what I could with the box. I think I can... Oh, I can load my bike. What? Okay, got it.
Good evening. I've had a few drinks, but don't let that bother you.
Okay, I've got the you've maxed out your quest credit thing. So I've got a treasure. Do you have a treasure map, by the way?
I found a treasure map and I left it in one of these boxes. And
come here, I'm gonna drop you one.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a treasure map. I'm gonna go chase it down, and I'd like you to chase that one down. And that way we'll get some treasure. Hopefully one of us gets some good loot.
No problemo. Crafting mags and such in here. Now, they want me to come get this dinner from them at some point, so I'm going to make a phone call real quick and make sure I don't need to get that out of the way first before I leave, but I'll leave. This was when they told me to come do it, so... Hello? Hey, I was gonna come get dinner if that's okay, but we can put it off if you want. Okay, the front door is locked. Okay, talk to you soon.